I'm live, buddy. What you need? Okay, can you set him on the table? I'll get him.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too.
Alright, sorry about that. Hit the wrong button. Alright, if you'd like your pilot to be able to make more than one flight, he or she will have to return safely to the ground or water on Kerbal. Parachutes are a simple way to make this happen. They can be found in the Utility tab. Navigate through tabs, icons on the left of the parts window. When you're choosing parts, you can view the details of available parts by selecting the item in the toolbox. When the info is visible, most parts have an additional information window which can be opened by pressing square. Note that the parachute states the effective diameter in each state and what is the maximum safe speed for deployment. Go ahead and select the MK16 parachute by pressing X on it, then move it to the top of the command pod so that the green sphere at the bottom of the parachute lines up with the green sphere at the top of the pod. Let's begin to attach it. So let's find parachutes here. Where is it? Yeah, utility. Yeah. MK16 parachute. Check out the more info tab. Semi-deployed effective diameter 0.8, fully deployed effective diameter 20.7, max safe deploy speed at home approximately 264 meters per second, full deployment altitude 1,000 meters, semi-deployment minimum pressure 0.04 atmospheres. Galaxy Boy, buddy, what is up? What is going on? Alright, let's select that. Ooh, moves around pretty quick. There we go. We'll drop a parachute on that. Alright, some parts, like our parachute here, have configurable options. To see these, we need to show your cursor by pressing L3 and then press square on the parachute we just attached to the pod. Do that now and you will see the available parameters. Okay, on the parachute we'll see that we can adjust the altitude and the atmospheric pressure at which to open. This setting can be quite useful on distant worlds. For now, let's check that the opening height on our chute is at least 1,000 meters because safety is the Kerbal way. He obviously doesn't know me. Safety is our third priority. Safety third, kids. Safety third. This is not on my PC, buddy. This is on my PlayStation. People bum. What is up, buddy? Yeah, this is a first look. I'm actually going through the tutorials right now. Hang around, and we'll go through it, buddy. Excuse me. For now, let's check. I read that. For minimum pressure slider, move it a bit to the right to 0.2. This setting prevents the chute from activating till the atmospheric pressure is above the configured value. On Kerbal, 0.2 is about 9 kilometers in altitude. So even if you stage early and arm the parachute, it will wait until then to activate. So let's move the minimum pressure. See what I can do. See if I can grab and hold it. I can. There we go. Point 2. All right. Next up, we're going to need something to make us go. Here's the fun part. Yes, this is Kerbal Space Program Enhanced Edition on PS4. Let's see, press X on the Engines tab to show the available engines and solid rocket motors. Grab one and connect it to the bottom of the pod. You may need to zoom or move the camera to be able to do this. Okay, so engines. Well, they're only going to give us one. Yeah, buddy. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Okay. Good. Okay, next up. Well, apparently I need another one. Maybe. There we go. Now we're cooking with oil. Let's see. See what it shows there. Let's see if we can snap a rocket into this little zone they have next to it here. It said grab one and connect it to the bottom of the pod. And I did that, but it still won't let me advance. Interesting. People, well, let's see, what's the goal of the game? All right. Yeah, the pretty much the first goal is to achieve liftoff without blowing up. And People Bum is also correct. It is quite hard. This game was developed with NASA engineers. So the physics in the game are in fact real physics. So you can't just slap a rocket motor on something and send it to space. You actually have to do it right. I can move the box around, but that really doesn't do me any good. I think I might have screwed it up already, guys. It is a nice little jazzy soundtrack there, but thanks for the reminder. That's gonna have to go away, buddy. Sorry about that. Copyright and all.
Daddy?
Hang on just a second, guys. Okay, I apologize about that, guys. Unfortunately, there is some cranky going on in the Reaper household today. Yeah, so I think I broke the tutorial already, guys. I haven't even blown anything up yet. Oh, you know what? Maybe. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to get rid of parts. Nope, that was not it. Oh yeah. So People Bum, in case you didn't hear the story from Big Papa Timo, the first time we played Farming Simulator, um, he was playing with the in-game radio, and when he woke up the next morning, he had 31 copyright. They weren't claims, but they were copyright flags, I guess, from the automated system at YouTube. Alright, so it has not told me how to get rid of parts yet. And I think I've already broken it. So if I select this, you know what, let's try. So this seems to be our rocket motors. Over here, because we have a bunch of them now. I can't select them. What do we have here? Okay. Let's move him up and out of the way for a second here so I can read that. Well, here's the thing about game producers. They may not necessarily buy all the rights to the song. They may just pay to use it. What is up, Davante? Sorry, buddy, I didn't see you there. Thanks for the Oreos. So, for a game already paid for copyright usage. Okay, so there's a difference between paying for usage and buying the rights and basically turning it into fair use. So, in simple terms, if Galaxy were to write a song and I say, hey, I really like that, I want to use that, can I pay you to use your song in my video? Then I can do that. But because I paid to use the song, I'm allowed to use it. But I didn't buy the rights to it. Galaxy would still own the rights. So if somebody else wanted to use it, then they would also have to go back to Galaxy. So, excuse me for just a second, guys. Sorry about that. Like I said, there is quite a bit of cranky going on in the Reaper household today. So, let's see. That is not what I need. Edit stages, maybe? Oh no. Still trying to figure it out. Yeah, gotta love it. Yeah, people love. It's okay though. All right. movie try this. Change tool, select map, change symmetry, undo last. Hey, we still have a bunch of rocket engines here that we don't know what to do with. It's not a very good first look, guys. I can't even get past the tutorials. Okay, this is... I don't know how to get rid of any of that. Yeah, I'm working on it. It doesn't seem as intuitive as it should. Like there should be a button to just delete the stage. What do we have up here? Actions. Which they're all grayed out anyway. So we're just gonna move them off to the side, I guess. Okay, that one doesn't go there. There we go. No. See, that's what it wanted us to do. It wanted us to put one rocket motor on the pod. So press X on the engines tab on the left to show the available engines and solid rocket motors. We did that. Grab one and connect it to the bottom of the pod. You may need to zoom or move the camera to be able to do this. So now I have done that. So I have done that. I'm working on it, Galaxy. I'm working on it. There's an undo, but one thing is for the tutorial. You have to color step by step. No free reign. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the thing. Is we're kind of limited in the options we can select in the tutorial. Sorry if the camera's making you guys sick. I'm still trying to figure this out here. I don't quite get it here. Maybe it's not on the ground? No, still not going to let me advance. And I don't know why. Let's see. We're just going to start over because we're not that far in. Oh yeah, the galaxy. Should be a setting maybe on your computer. You can change that. Place it higher off the ground, then try to add the engine. Well, that's where I was to begin with. I'm not going to read through all that. We're just going to go straight into the vehicle assembly. Try this again. I feel your pain, buddy. Okay, so pan the camera was R2. Okay. That's what I was missing with the camera, guys. R2. Okay. So let's place that there for now. Talk to him. Now we need the parachutes. They go on top of the pod here. Now we talk to him again. Go to next. Yep, configurable options. So we're going to set, that's right, we're going to set this to 0.2. Go to next. Now we're going to try and put on the engine. So we're going to close that. Here's the engine. Snap that on. Oh, look at that. Now it's going to let us go. Oops, I forgot. You're just starting out. You're not a famous rocket scientist. And to make that craft survivable, as it stands now, you'd have to be a better rocket scientist than me. Better at rocket science than me. Haha, impossible. The problem with that craft is the solid rocket is too powerful for the payload, a single small pod and chute. It will either burn up on ascent from going too fast or burn up coming back down. Even if you've survived that, the craft mass will cause it to fall too fast for the parachute to operate properly, and you'd hit the surface before it could stop. Okay, I promise to teach you how to change that to make it work in a later tutorial. For now, let's continue. Well, at least this way I get to tell you about removing parts. Oh, now you want to tell us. Show the cursor by pressing L3, pick the BACC thumper, and drop it back over the parts toolbox. Ooh. There it went. Instead, let's add the solid motor that's a better match for a ship of this size. At the start of your career, you will have what I consider rubbish parts. Literally, the motor here looks like and may well be a converted trash can. That said, it does have enough oomph to get this little craft moving skyward and quickly. As you progress, you will be able to unlock more engines and their parts. For now, though, let's pick the RT5 Flea and connect it to the bottom of the pod. Now we're cooking with gas, guys. Nice one. You built the simplest survivable craft possible. We could go launch this right now, but it might be safer to explain one other thing first. What is that? In the bottom right, you will see the staging stack. It is a box with a number 0 and icons for the parachute and engine in it. The stack shows us which parts will be activated as we stage our rocket. What this shows is that when we activate the next stage, both the engine and the parachute will be triggered. While it could be considered funny to open the chute and fire the motor at the same time, it's not going to give you much of a flight. To fix this, we need to operate the engine and the chute into two stages. To separate, sorry. Press triangle to open the radio menu and select Edit Stages. You'll see a little plus and minus appear to the left of the box. Press X on the plus button will add a new stage. If you add too many, press X on the minus buttons on the extra ones to remove them. Make sure you have precisely 2 stages. Okay? So, edit stages. Hey there, Werner von Kerman, you're in the way. Okay, so with the plus button, we need to add 2 stages. Let's see. One of the most regrettable things to forget is put on the order they fire. I'm sure that could be a problem. Alright, so it's still telling us we need to fix something. There we go. So we already had 1 stage. We had to add a 2nd stage. Excellent. It's important to note that the stages activate from the highest number and then count down. So our first stage will be stage 1, the engine, and our second stage will be stage 0, the chute. Now move the engine icon from the stage 0 down to stage 1 to give our pilot some comfort. Hey, I figured it out. Lost many a craft to stages. Excellent. It is important to note that the stage is active. Oh yeah, we did that. That's it. We now have a safe, well, relatively safe craft that is ready to go. Let's make sure that if we need this design again, we don't have to build it all from scratch. At the top of the screen, you'll see the name for our craft. Untitled spacecraft doesn't seem so majestic. Why don't you change that to be something more your style? And you can add a description if you'd like to. When you use the load screen later, these names and descriptions help you to grab the right vessel. Use the pause menu to change the vessel's name. When you're happy with the name, use the pause menu to save it. Rename craft. What are we gonna rename this craft? Death on impact. Oop. There it is, guys. Death on impact. Excellent work. Feel free to play around with the parts and techniques I've shown you. And when you're ready to continue, use the pause menu to exit. Back at the training menu, try the flight basics tutorial to learn how to fly this little craft, and then the intermediate construction tutorial can teach you more about the editor. Note, any vessels you create here will be lost when you exit. This is just for playing around. Okay, so now we're leaving. Alright, so training scenario. What do we got going on next here? Basic flight. Trying to speed this up so we can blow some stuff up. Alright. Gene Kerman. Welcome to the Kerbal Space Center launch facility. I'm Gene Kerman, and I will teach you the basics of piloting a spacecraft. I trust you've already checked the basic construction tutorial. If not, I recommend you do so before going through this one. Today we will do a run through of all the important controls for your spacecraft. Our little hopper from your basic construction lesson will, with Werner, may not have all of them, but we'll do a full run through once and see how it flies. Flying a spacecraft is all about being in control of a generally very chaotic situation. As a pilot, your main flight controls will affect pitch, yaw, and roll of the ship. Let's look at these first. All of the controls will be locked until they are needed or this tutorial is closed. Pitch, yaw, and roll are the three directions you will rotate your craft. To help you visualize these, we've taken a holiday. Yeah, that does say holiday. Holiday snap of the hopper below. Okay. Next up, we'll see how we rotate in these directions. You control your ship's rotation by using these controls. Left stick is pitch up and down. Yaw is left and right. L2 and R2 is roll left and right. That's pretty easy. What is up, Jeffus Lives, buddy? How's it going? Let's see. Try it now and notice the indicator on the lower left side moving as you try the right control input. So pitch, yaw, camera, roll. Pitch, yaw, roll. Yes, Oreos for Jeffus. Oreos, buddy. Alright, throttle plus pitch, yaw, roll are the main controls you need to master for a successful crash-free flight. He thinks we're not going to crash. We'll skip over the throttle control for now as this vessel has no need for it. Don't worry, I'll explain it another time when it's of use. Remember that all of these controls have limited amount of effectiveness, so bigger, heavier ships will probably respond much more sluggishly to the controls than a small one. It's also good to keep in mind that as the stages are separated from the ship, it will become lighter, and this usually means easier to control. Now next, let's look at the rest of the flight controls. Nom nom nom. I got you there, Jeffus. I agree. In flight, all of the planning you put into the staging sequence of your ship comes into play. From launch to the final deployment of descent parachutes, you can control the activation of several of the ship's parts by activating stages. X launches or activates the next stage. Notice the stage indicator in the lower left corner. It shows the currently active stage. Since we haven't launched yet, it's showing the first stage is active. I have your staging controls locked for now, so the staging indicator is glowing purple. One more thing on staging: if the staging setup is causing strife, or you change your mind about something, you can edit the stage sequence on the fly. Pun intended. No need to go back into the assembly facility. An important part of flying is knowing how your ship is oriented and where it is going. That's why a good pilot is always aware of the ship's attitude, where it is pointing, and its velocity vector, where it's going. These aren't always the same direction, and as your skills improve, you should pick up on these. The big round instrument in the lower center of the screen is called the nav ball. This device sums up most of the critical information needed for proper death-free flight. Man, they want us to be able to land safely and not die, and that's not our way. They just don't understand. Here you see the ship's nose in relation to the horizon. When you're not pointing straight up, it's easily visible as a line between blue sky and the brown ground, as well as heading, compass bearing, and speed. You also get several icons that indicate things like your current velocity vector, but we'll have to look at those later. In the top center of the screen, you have your altimeter, vertical speed indicator, and atmospheric gauges. The altimeter shows the distance to the planet's surface at sea level. This means the actual surface may be much closer, so watch out for the ground when landing. Your vertical speed indicator shows how quickly your altitude is changing. When launching, it's considered best to keep this gauge pointing up. The atmosphere gauge indicates how deep the ship is in the planet's atmosphere. This helps you know if your ship is high enough for orbiting without losing speed to air resistance, or judge how effective wings and control surfaces will be. Let's see. Yeah, please note the channel's name, Fear the Reaper. Assume death. Yeah, there will be lots of death and destruction. Devante says you will die even with all the safety you add. Good, because we like explosions. One last thing before we give this rocket the green light. In the staging stack, you can see the indicator for your parachute. This indicator shows when the chute will be activated by staging. You already know that, but the background will also change color to indicate when it is safe to stage the parachute. And the foreground, the parachute bit of the icon itself, will change color depending on the parachute state. Note, however, that by default parachutes will not deploy when unsafe, even if you stage them. It shows us a bunch of colors. I'm assuming green is good, red is bad. The left three show safety, safe, risky, and unsafe to deploy. The chute is unstaged in white in the left three. The right three show state after staging, armed, deployed, and cut, shredded. Nice. When you're familiar with the chute icons, we can move on. Okay, enough talk. I'll unlock the flight controls and you'll be clear for launch. At any time, you may press the options to pause the game. In the pause menu, you can restart the flight or end this tutorial. For now, get yourself prepared and X when ready to launch. Don't forget, our hopper has only a solid rocket motor, so there's no throttle control. That's why we didn't review throttle here. Make sure you fly in a nice high arc and enjoy the flight. Are we ready? Apparently we are, because I just took off. We're still going. We're still going up. And now we're tumbling. Oh no! Oh, can I save it? Nope. Oh, no, no. I'm trying, guys. Come on. Okay. Well, that's at least better. Okay, our chute is not quite open yet. And we are coming in pretty fast. Not bad. I don't think we're gonna die. The chute opens and flips us over. Yep, we survived. You can see we're just over 200 meters from the surface. Nice gentle landing. We didn't die. Well done, you survived your first flight. When you landed or splashed on Kerbin and not in training, you can move the cursor just above the altimeter and press X on the recover button or the panel that slides down to ask to be picked up. I've also unlocked the crew hatch, so if you feel like going out for a walk or a swim, you can change to cursor mode by pressing L3, then pressing X on the EVA, the extravehicular activity. button will pop when you move the cursor over the portrait of the Kerbal you want to take it for a walk. You can do this just for fun or to collect a surface sample. And this concludes today's lesson. End scenario. Alright, what's next? The intermediate construction. Yeah, buddy. We're going to build it bigger, better, faster, and then blow it up. Okay. Enter the VAB. Alright, here we go again. Now to business. If you remember, in our last construction tutorial we covered how to build a simple hopper and use some of the basics of the construction area. In this tutorial we'll expand your knowledge of some of the more useful features in the VAB, and we'll build a more complex craft that will be able to get us out of the atmosphere. Nice. To build our new design, let's start with the craft we built in the basic construction tutorial, though this is just called hopper. This will save us a little bit of time, and the accounting department is always happy when we save on time. Open the pause menu, select spacecraft button, and load the hopper, then remove its RT5 flea motor. So here's the pause menu. Open craft. There we go. Load the hopper. Get rid of this. Okay. Moving on. Father Reaper has a face cam. Oh, nice one, North Coast. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Unlike last time, you won't be bringing the whole vessel back, so we can change our parachute stats from what we used before. In cursor mode, press square on the parachute and verify deployment altitude is set at 1,000 kilometers as last time, but also set the minimum pressure slider all the way to the right, 0.75 atmosphere. That corresponds with an altitude on Kerbin of about 2 kilometers and means a much shorter hanging around during descent. Okay, first let's change the name of our craft and the description if you want, so that we still have our trash can special for later on. Simply change the name to something other than Hopper and we can proceed. I need another name, guys. We already used Death on Impact. We need another name. Well, you guys are typing that. I want to say I have 6 people watching and 5 thumbs up. You guys are awesome. And if that is actually 6 thumbs up, I do apologize. But you know how the tubes of you are. Beeble Bum Go says no idea. Okay. Let's do this. There it is. It is officially no idea. Alright. Sorry, guys. Every time we have a stream, we might have to mention the Pennsylvania weather. It is rather chilly today. We already changed the name. Alright. Great. For this craft, we're going to give the ship some additional purpose by attaching a science experiment. We can run these experiments during our travels and get valuable science data for Kerbal kind. To the galaxy and the voids. Whoop, there it is. It's cold in Florida too. It's only 68 degrees in Florida. Oh no. Alright. There are a number of science experiments to be performed, but at the moment we only have the mystery goo containment unit available. Nice. Switch to the science tab to take a look at it. This one is most of the basic science experiments Kerbal scientists have devised. Man, that's hard to read. And one of the first things they want to try and understand better. I mean, they don't even know what color the goo is. Nice. So what do we have here? Let's go to science. Mystery goo containment unit. Oh, I don't know if it... Yeah, we're just going to throw that away for now. Alright, when you pick up the part, you'll see that it's designed to attach to the sides of other parts, i.e. radially. If we attach only one of these, then during flight, our craft will be unbalanced. One way to solve this is to add an extra goo container to the opposite side of the rocket so they'll be balanced. Luckily, we have a symmetry tool here to help. These buttons control symmetry, highlighted, and an angle snap, and can be found in the lower left of the screen. Open the radial menu and press triangle and select change symmetry count. Set this radial 2 and pick up and place a mystery goo containment unit on the side of the pod near the top. You'll notice that a second one has been placed opposite the first one by the symmetry tool. If you had already placed a lone canister, pick it up, make sure the symmetry is set correctly, and then place it again so that it has a duplicate on the other side. Remember to place the canisters near the nose of the pod. Alright, so bring up the radial menu. Change symmetry. We want radial 2. Then we're going to select this. We're going to put it just under the parachute. Yeah, it's pretty chilly here. I'm actually gonna... I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I'm getting shocked by my headset. I'm gonna turn the heat up a little bit. If you guys have any problems with the audio or anything, let me know. If we had too many more parts of the craft we are making will be too heavy to survive re-entry safely, and too heavy to be slowed by our parachutes, leading to sudden impact syndrome. So we will need to add a decoupler below the pod. Decouplers can be found in the coupling tab and will let us split the craft when we no longer need the lower parts. We won't be able to recover the discarded parts, but at least our craft and our Kerbal will survive re-entry and landing. Decouplers can be used in many ways, but for now let's just add one of these to the bottom of the pod. Go to the coupling tab, grab the TR18A, and place it. Note that stacked decouplers have arrows. The arrow shows which side is the side that decouples. Make sure your decoupler arrow is pointing up towards the pod. It will be by default. Okay. Yeah, that's the first time it's actually like shocked me. And it was, I don't know if it was static electricity, because there's actually 3 or 4 quick shots right in a row, right on my ear. Might be a short. Galaxy says I sound far away. Yeah, that's because I keep moving around and my microphone does not move around with me. Trying to lean forward so I can read the screen. Alright, so we got to put on a decoupler. Coupling. Huh. So it's telling, it says go to the coupling tab, grab a TR18A and place it. But when we go to the coupling tab, it gives us a TD12 decoupler. Anyway, we'll put it on anyway. Well done. You'll recall, I hope, that in the previous tutorial we had to adjust the staging stack when we added the engine to our earlier rocket. When you add a decoupler, the extra stage is automatically added to the stack so that any new parts below the decoupler won't be staged at the same time as those above. You can, of course, move these all around, but hopefully this will save you some time as you go. If you ever want to return to this default staging setup, press the reset button at the bottom of the staging stack. Okay, this time we're going to use a liquid propellant rocket engine. Unlike solid rocket motors, these engines don't carry their own propellant with them, so we'll need to add some fuel tanks. Go to the fuel tanks tab. We're still using these early parts, so there's only FLT100s available. This is another area, like engines, where advancement brings bigger and better parts. We're going to need 5 of these tanks to get us into space. Before you grab 5 tanks from the parts toolbox, though, let me give you another tip, because efficiency is my middle name, it goes right after Vaughn. Once you place the first tank on the rocket, you can duplicate that by holding the square button and pressing on the tank with X. You can do this on the bottom tank a few times and quickly get 5 of these attached without having to go back to the toolbox. Alright. Fuel tanks. So we'll place one. Ah. Nifty. His father was Eddie Munster. Why is his hairline so far back? I don't know, guys. Good. Switch over to the engines tab now. The swivel engine you hear here is obviously different from the flea we had used before. This is a liquid engine and it needs and burns both liquid fuel and an oxidizer. Funnily enough, that's what we just added to the rocket. Attach the LVT-45 swivel to the bottom of the rocket stage, or rocket stack now, and keep an eye on the staging stack to see how it changes. Engines. LVT-45 swivel, liquid fuel engine. Just pay it down a little bit here. Snap that puppy on. Okay. So now we've got 2 stages. Okay, we're almost there. You're doing fine. Maybe not as speedily as someone of my caliber, though. Boy, he's full of himself, isn't he? The last thing we're going to need to do is to give this rocket a little better stability so it keeps going the way we want it to go. We'll achieve this by adding some fins near the bottom of the rocket. Excuse me for just a second. Sorry, I had to sneeze, guys. Fins can be found in the aerodynamics tab. Set the symmetry mode to 4, so we will place them on both axes. Also turn on the angle snap. You can turn on the angle snap by opening the radio menu with triangle and selecting toggle angle snap. This will help you align the fins neatly. Drop a basic fin on the last rocket tank. You'll see the other 3 symmetry counterparts will be placed there as well. Okay, so radio menu. Toggle angle snap. Snap mode on. Change symmetry to radio 4. Aerodynamics. Let's grab some fins. Snap them there.
Let's see. 16 degrees Fahrenheit, but wind chills make me feel like 3 outside. No wonder I'm freezing. Right? Galaxy asks if I've tried Titanfall yet. I have not. I'm kind of waiting for Timo so we can go into that together since it is multiplayer.
Alright. Excellent. We've now got a rocket that will let us reach for the stars. Admittedly, I did say reach for, as this is a basic rocket which can achieve orbit. But on the bright side, that means re-entry will also be basic. You've done a great job in building a basic hopper and a sub-orbit capable rocket. Hopefully you learned a few things on how to build a craft and how to use some of the shortcuts that are in here. Feel free to hang around a bit and try your hand at other things too, or perhaps you could look at the next lesson on suborbital flight. It show you, yep. Well, we're done with that. Ooh. See, now it's showing us all the parts we can have. Nice. Oh, we're going to exit out and keep right on going. Suborbital flight.
Here we go. Galaxy Void. When middle management you reach, look as good as you will not. Look as good you will not. Assistant Manager Yoda.
Nice. Okay, hello again. Glad you could make it back. Today we'll take an exciting step, getting our first Kerbal into space. Yep, with a capital S. Hopefully you remember the controls we discussed in the basic flight tutorial. You can always play a scenario again for a reminder. If you're ready, let's get started.
Oh, Davante, no worries, buddy. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for your Oreos, man.
Your mission today is to make a short suborbital, less than orbit, flight out over the water to the east. And it's a nice arcing path that would ensure a gentle, survivable re-entry. Straight up, then straight down is not good for survival. I've set the pink target indicator on the nav ball as an aim point, but do note that it is not the case for normal missions. The target marker is normally used for other things and does not help with ascents. Start with the nose pointing straight up on the launch pad or 90 degrees elevation from the eastern horizon. Tilt east to 80 degrees elevation on the nav ball by 150 meters per second, starting at 50. Tilt 70 degrees by 400. After burnout, coast up into space, have a look around, prepare for re-entry. Lastly, re-enter and land safely. Once we reach burnout, we'll have a bit more time to discuss some other things. Unlike the Hopper, in our first lesson, this new craft has a liquid fuel engine. Oh no! Somebody get that Noth Ghost. He has stolen my Oreos and Mary's Geknip. Not cool, Noth. Not cool, man. So, unlike, let's see, it has liquid fuel engines. This means we can use the throttle to set the output power of the ship's engines. Throttle is controlled by the following buttons. L1 plus D-pad up and down. D-pad up is throttle max, and D-pad down is throttle cutoff. SAS stands for Stability Augmentation System, although Kerbal astronauts usually refer to it as Sickness Avoidance Scheme. Whatever it stands for, what it does is try to stop the ship from spinning around using the computer-controlled auto-torque drive compensator technology to counteract the rotation of the ship. In its simplest mode, it will keep the ship aligned with the orientation it has when you turn SAS on, or if you pitch, yaw, roll while the SAS on, the orientation when you release the controls. SAS can be toggled on by pressing circle. Another way to toggle it would be by pressing left on the D-pad to open the Action Groups radio menu and selecting SAS. Oh, Mary will absolutely put you in timeout, buddy. If you have problems following the maneuvers, once you enable SAS and lift off, you can press L1 and triangle to open SAS mode radio menu. There you can select target mode at your 9. Alternately, you can use a cursor, small red button on the left of the nav ball that has a miniature target indicator that will cause SAS to follow the target indicator and fly for you. Note, this autopipe function will not be available until you're flying. Okay. This craft has a bit too much engine, so we're going to throttle down for launch. Set your throttle to 2/3. The upper of the two middle notches on the slider. Also turn on SAS to help control things. Press circle. It will keep you pointed where you want to be pointed. So we're going to press circle to turn SAS on. And I lost the ship. Okay. Now we need our throttle set, which is here. We're going to set it to 2/3. Maybe. Yeah, forgot. There we go.
North Ghost says, not so fast, Galaxy Mary, for I have one trick to escape even a timeout. I can go back to work early. Poof. And North Ghost is gone. Okay. During this lesson, some of the information is quite detailed and can take a while to read. As this is a short suborbital hop and I don't want you to miss anything important, I will place a warning at the top of pages where you might want to pause the game and read. The warning will look like this. Warning, detailed info. Press options to pause if necessary. Okay. Okay, it says X for next, but I'm pressing X. Dave Vontae sneaks in while Noth's not looking, puts X-Lax and Ghost Pepper Juice in the stolen Oreos to get even. Nice. There we go. Okay, enough talk. I'll unlock the rest of the flight controls and you'll be clear to launch. Anytime you may press the options. Pause the game in the pause menu. You can restart the flight and this tutorial. I've enabled the target mark on the nav ball. Give it a look. Make sure you see it, which we see it. It's the pink dot. Double check your throttle is set to 2/3 and hit X when you're ready to launch. Remember to start turning at 50 meters per second. Are we ready? I hope so, because here we go. Flipped out. Okay. Yep, that didn't work out so well. Alright. Revert flight to try again. Alright, here we go for round 2. Why did it not? There we go. Got the SAS turned on. Come on.
Great work. You succeeded in getting your ship on a trajectory bound for space. I've now set the target indicator to align with your velocity vector, which will minimize drag by turning the smallest side of the vehicle into the airflow. Somewhere around here you will see a nav ball speed indicator auto switch from surface to orbit, accompanied by the speed number jumping. Go ahead and switch it back to surface mode by pressing the L3 button, toggle the cursor, and press X until it says surface again. You might have noticed some flickering flames near the end of our burn here, which is due to the high speed of your craft in the atmosphere. Normally our ascent would be a little slower. I'm sure my friend Werner has helped you build a ship that can withstand this heat. Besides this high and this slow, you'll be fine. If you want to have a look at your trajectory, you can switch to the map by pressing L1 and R1, or you can access it through the radio menu. Okay. Now that we're coasting, way to Apopis, I don't know how that's the highest point on it. That should say apogee, maybe. We've got a little time to chat. Once you clear the atmosphere, we'll go over what you can do in space. Okay. Radio out, radio in, target. Looking for the speed. Oh, here we go. Surface again. We're flying. Ha! There we go. Alright. While we float up here beyond atmosphere, I'll quickly tell you about a couple of things you can do. With an advanced enough astronaut complex in the KSC, we can train... trying to read here and stay on target. We can train our Kerbals to be able to spacewalk or EVA, although we won't be doing it on this flight. Also, when we're carrying science devices, crap. As we near the edge of the atmosphere again, it's time to reorient this pod to get ready for re-entry. We're only going to re-enter with the pod and the chute and the goo canisters, but we're not going to decouple yet. In real missions, it's best to keep your upper stage around until the last moment. You never know when you might need it. Anyway, it's best to re-enter bottom first, since we ascended to about 70 degrees pitch. We'll naturally re-enter at about -70. This means you want to aim the top of the capsule at the 70-degree pitch line, but the opposite heading. That's a heading of 270 on the nav ball at 70 degrees pitch. I place a target marker there to help you see where this lies. Turn SAS off, change your attitude, and then turn it back on again. Okay, so we need to turn SAS off. And we're gonna oh crap. Nope. Okay, not quite. Alright, whatever.
That'll work.
Now it's time to get rid of that booster since it's just weighing us down. Stage to discard the unneeded parts en masse. You're now re-entering Kerbin's atmosphere. Make sure to keep all hands and feet inside the pod at all times. We don't want you getting burnt or anything. Don't mind the flames. Werner is a world-famous rocket scientist after all, and he's built this ship to withstand them. Last time we watched the parachute icon to wait for the right time to open it. This time we're going to do something a little bit different. Remember the construction tutorial where you designed this vessel? You set the chute to not semi-deploy until 0.75 atmospheres of pressure. That means the chute won't perform the first of its 2 deployments steps until then, even if you activate it by staging now. On Kerbin, 0.7 atmos means about 2,000 meters of altitude above sea level. Then the craft should be traveling slowly enough by then that the chute will survive deployment. Galaxy, you gotta head to be your basketball game, buddy. All right, and hopefully not break another finger. Ooh, I didn't know you broke the first finger, buddy. Well, good luck at your basketball game, man.
Daddy, are you with CJ?
All right. You can trust me. Stage the chute by pressing X. All right. So our chute is staged. Awesome. So while we set your chute to not actually semi-deploy, you can even adjust these parameters during flight. Change the cursor mode. Press square. Don't touch the pressure slider or bad things will happen. Make sure there's no less than 1,000. Once you're satisfied, just hang on to about the 2 kilometers. While we're waiting, I want you to look at the bottom of the capsule. Note that you do not have a heat shield. Okay. You don't need one because it's such a gentle flight. Actually, a heat shield would make things more dangerous on this craft because the additional mass would be pushing the limits of this model of parachute. So we're coming in hot. Waiting for our chute to open now. And our chute semi-deployed there and fully deployed, and we are coming in for a splashdown. All right, the chute is away. Now enjoy a leisurely float down to the surface. So we've...
Daddy, do you remember?
All right. We're almost down. We're spinning a little bit there. There we go. Splashdown. Welcome back and congratulations on completing and even surviving your first real mission. You managed to launch, control your vessel in space, not very well, I might add, and land safely. That's quite an achievement. Alright, if you want to practice this again, choose revert. We don't want to do that. We're going to say done. Sorry about the silence there for a minute, guys. Tiny humans need things. Alright, so we're finished with that tutorial. End scenario. Let's see, what do we got next? Man. There's a lot of tutorials here. Normally I would say skip the tutorials, but in this game, I don't know if I could recommend that. So we're going to go back to the VAB and build another rocket. In our last tutorial, we built a vessel that could escape the atmosphere, but it didn't have enough oomph to escape for long. This time, we'll cover a more advanced rocket design concept like multiple stages and boosters, as well as the extra parts like RCS and solar panels. You want these if you spend more than a few minutes in orbit. When we're done, you'll have a craft capable of ascent to orbit, orbital operations, and a safe return to Kerbin. And you can test it out in the Go for Orbit tutorial, which will teach you how to make use of it all. Alright. You'll notice there are a lot more parts available this time. That's because an orbit capable craft is much more complex than just a little puddle jumper. I showed you how to make last time. However, the main principles are the same, so I hope you remember what I taught you. You mess up, say somehow manage to delete your whole craft, you can open the radio menu and select undo last. Yeah, we found that already. Again, you have only have one pod available. Go ahead and select it. So there's our pod. So like last time, select the parachute. Oh. Utility. Okay, again, like last time, adjust the parachute parameters. 0.75. We're now going to construct an upper stage. This upper stage will finish placing the pod in orbit, and once there, provide RCS steering thrusters and electricity for the pod. This game doesn't. Yeah, because it mimics real physics and real complex designs, and I would say it's probably, if you don't go through tutorials, it's going to be a lot harder at the very least. Alright. Give me just a second, guys.
Alright, I'm back here. Kerbal, Timo. What is up, Timo? Where you been, Timo? Kerbal on PS4. Yes, sir. Let's see, where were we? Sorry, my wife was actually going to pick up my daughter. So, I got to do the whole husbandly thing real quick. But I'm back now. RCS steering thrusters and electricity for the pod. It will also provide all the maneuvering capability in orbit, including the re-entry burn. It's going to consist of a decoupler. We don't want to carry it home. An RCS fuel tank, a liquid fuel tank, 4 RCS thrusters, 4 solar panels, 4 batteries, and an efficient upper stage engine. That's quite a shopping list. So let me know when you're ready to proceed. Okay. Get rid of that box. First, add the decoupler below the pod. So we gotta grab the decoupler here. Wait, we're gonna grab this one. Snap it onto the bottom there. Big Papa Timo is still sleeping. He's in full zombie mode. Okay, grab a decoupler. Yeah. We'll add a stack decoupler to put. Yep, got that. Now add an RCS tank. RCS stands for Reaction Control System, and this fuel will help us with fine maneuvers. Go to the tanks category, get the FLR 25 RCS fuel tank. Fuel tanks are up here. There's the RCS fuel tank. Snap it in. Now our craft is going to need all the monopropellant in the tank. So to save some weight, change your cursor mode and press square on it to get the parts options and move the slider down to 100 units. Monopropellant is called that because while large rocket engines use 2 propellants, fuel and an oxidizer, RCS uses a single propellant. RCS is generally less efficient, but it is good for small velocity changes in any direction rather than just forward, like a main engine does, and can be used to rotate the craft as well as move it. So we're going to move this down to 100 from 120. We're going to try to. Huh. It only goes from 96 to 108, but it wants me to place it on 100. Beeblebum says, I found a way to get an automatic notification in my Discord and Twitter feed once I am going online. Sure, let's hear it. Automatic is always good. So while Beeblebum is typing furiously to drop some knowledge on us, I'm going to continue to mess around with this and try and get it at 100. Yeah, it... Oh well.
Okay. So we'll be adding multiple liquid fuel tanks in this stage to get the right amount for the upper stage engine. So we'll need an extra tank to offset the weight of the RCS. So add a tiny rocket propellant tank, the FL T100, and then add a medium, the T400, below it. Come on. There we go. All right. Trying to get that box out of there, but for some reason it's not letting me get rid of it. There we go. Got it.
Let's see. The website is called Zapier. It links your YouTube account with several other software like Twitter, Discord, Facebook, and so on. Excuse me, guys. There are a few YouTube tutorials about it. Zapier, you say? You have to check that out. Make a note real quick here. Let's see. Okay. Note made.
All right. So why won't it let me advance? Okay. We need an extra tank. Offset the weight. Alright, let's try this. Try and get rid of them. Back into fuel tanks. Try them again. Why am I on fire? Nope, it appears we have broken the stream yet again. Or broken the game, because it is not letting me advance. So add a tiny one, and then a medium one. Yeah, so that's what I did. The the T100 and then the T400. Get rid of them again. T400. And it won't let me advance. I think Big Papa Timo came in and broke it. Nope, not that way either. Mount, need extra. Add a tiny rocket propellant tank, it's the one named FLT 100, and then add a medium one, the FLT 400, below it. I wonder if we do. You see, it didn't tell us to put in a decoupler. We'll try it. Excuse me. Nope. It is not. That wasn't it. Well then, let's see. And what if we have to peel an oxidizer? Okay. 400. Ah. You know, I don't mind when things don't, when games don't work, when you do things incorrectly, like I did earlier. But when you do, in fact, do them exactly the way it tells you to, and there's still something missing, but it doesn't tell you what it is, that bugs me. So I've done exactly what it wanted. We added the FLT 100 and then the FLT 400, but it won't let me advance. It didn't tell me to add anything else. It didn't tell me to do anything else like it normally does. It just says add them. Chihuahua. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I really don't know. There wasn't anything complicated about that I'm missing. At least I don't think. It said very simply, add the 2 fuel tanks. Which I have done. And I don't know. Did anybody else notice anything I did not? I'm about to restart the tutorial. Yeah, R1 and triangle, when I hit it, the next button is grayed out, which means that, according to the tutorial, I have not completed the task. Yeah, and Timo, yes, there are 2 fuel tanks. There's one small one and one big one there. So if I do this, this is the T400. Put that away. This is the T100. So here's the T100. We'll put that on. Sorry guys, I apologize for that. And then we will put on the T400. Now, that's all it says to do. Try 2 bigs. Try 2 T400s. Okay. Nope. How about we maybe try 2 little ones and then a big one? See, it's only it says add a tiny rocket propellant tank, the one that named FLT100, and then add a medium one below it. So I took that to mean 1 of each. Yeah. See, it's still grayed out. I tried flipping them in reverse order, putting the big one on top and the little one on the bottom. And that is also grayed out. I'll way out the camera. I don't know, guys. I just don't know. So we're just going to exit out and try again. Try it one more time. Let's zip through the front of the beginning of this part real quick. Okay, we need pressure all the way up to 7.5. Okay, so yeah, this game isn't that new. I agree. If there was a bug like that, that would be a pretty quick fix. The upper stage will finish placing the pod in orbit, and once there, we'll provide RCS steering thrusters and electricity for the pod. We'll also provide all the maneuvering capability in orbit, including the re-entry burn. It is going to consist of a decoupler, an RCS fuel tank, a liquid fuel tank, 4 RCS thrusters, 4 solar panels, 4 batteries, and an efficient upper stage engine. It's quite a shopping list, isn't it? So let me know when you're ready to proceed. Let's proceed. Firstly, we'll add a stacked decoupler below the pod to let us discard the parts we don't want. Grab a decoupler from the toolbox, attach it to the bottom of the pod, paying close attention so that its little red arrows, as we discussed before, point up to make sure the decoupler is oriented the right way. If the arrows are pointing down, that's not good. Detach it from the pod, then use the D-pad to rotate it into being the right way and reattach it. Okay. Get rid of that one. Go to coupling. I don't see any little red arrows. Do you guys? Ah, you gotta zoom in closer. Okay. Arrows are pointing up. Oh, welcome back, Devontae. Decoupler between the tanks, possibly. Looks for a hammer and duct tape. Yeah. Okay, so let's put the decoupler on. Okay. Next, we'll add an RCS tank. RCS stands for reaction control. And this fuel will help with the fine maneuvers of the tanks. Let's get that. Put the fuel tank under the decoupler. RCS fuel tank. There we go. Next. Your craft is not going to need all the mono propellant in the tank, so to save some weight, change to the cursor mode, press square on it to get the parts options, and move the slider down to 100 units. This is where we started to have our first problem. Yep. Apparently you're tubers now. It's Big Papa Tubers. Okay, so yeah, this is where we started to have our first problems. Because, let me zoom out a little bit here. Because we couldn't get the slider to 100. It goes in increments of 12. So just a slight bump on the stick goes from 96 to 108. I put on 108 the last time, so let's put it on 96 this time. Okay, we'll be adding multiple liquid. This is where we got it the last time. We'll be adding multiple liquid fuel tanks in this stage to get the right amount for the upper stage engine, and we need extra tank. We need an extra tank to offset the weight of the RCS. So I had a tiny rocket propellant tank, the T100, and then a medium one, the T400 below it. Okay. So now we go get rid of that fuel tanks. There's the T100. And the T400. Oop. And now it's not grayed out anymore. I don't know what happened, but it worked. Lastly, for the main parts of this upper stage, we'll add an engine. The Terrier engine produces almost no thrust at sea level air pressure, but is highly efficient in space and above 20 kilometers, where the atmosphere is thin enough to not interfere with the exhaust. This makes it a good choice for an upper stage, since the engine will not be activated until the rocket has reached the conditions where this kind of engine works well. If you select the wrong engine, you can always throw away and try again. So we're going to add the Terrier engine. Okay. Lastly, next. Nicely done. That's a pretty well assembled upper stage, if I do say so myself. It'll get you to orbit if you put enough rocket under it. While we have this reasonably simple vessel, let's explore one of the other useful tools we have available. To make sure your ship flies controllably, some parts need to be placed carefully around a point inside the ship called the center of mass. This COM is a spot where the mass on one side is balanced by the mass on the other side. Thrust applied through the COM will cause the ship to move without unwanted rotation, while thrust properly applied around the COM will cause the ship to rotate without moving. This makes the COM such a useful and important thing that we added a tool so the assembly building can show it to you with a marker. Let's have a look at how the indicator works here. Open the radial menu, toggle overlays, then center of mass overlay. Okay. Toggle overlays, center of thrust overlay. No, we want center of mass overlay. Okay. So there's our center of mass, guys. Oh, strip the paint. Angry 20-year-old daughter woke me blind. Oh. Okay, so next. Okay, now let's adjust fuel levels in some of the tanks to see how it affects the center of mass. Press square on each of the fuel tanks and drag the fuel and oxidized propellant levels down to 0. Don't touch the monopropellant levels, as they won't be burned by the Terrier engine. So as you were doing this, you'll see the COM move. During flight, the vessel's COM will move in the same way as it burns fuel until the tanks are empty. Okay, so let's select this. center of mass goes up towards the nose as the sliders go down. Okay. Alright, we'll go ahead and refill the tanks and we can proceed to add some of the accessories to our upper stage. Let's transform it from merely something that gets us to orbit into something that helps us once we are there. Okay. Now that we know where the COM is when the stage is full and when it's empty, you have the information you need to place the RCS thrusters. RCS thrusters are found in the command and control category. Moving the spaceship without rotating it is called translation. This is a useful kind of maneuver for several reasons, including docking to the craft. In order for translation with RCS to avoid unwanted rotation, you need to balance the thrusters around the COM so the net sum of forces is balanced right on the natural pivot point. For two equal sets of thrusters, each set should be equidistant from the COM, and for a single set, what we're doing here, they should be right around the COM itself. What makes this more complicated is that the COM changes during flight, so as you just saw, so you need to place the thrusters at the compromise point between the wet COM and the dry COM. Note that in career mode games, RCS thrusters don't become available until fairly late. In the meantime, the reaction wheel capability built into your command pod will probably be enough for turning in space, though reaction wheels do not allow you to translate. Let's turn on angle snap to make aligning the thruster parts easier. Do that by opening the radio menu, selecting change symmetry. We're going to go radio 4 on the symmetry and turn on angle snap. Make sure angle snap is on. We're going to change symmetry to radio 4. Then we're going to grab a set of RV105 RCS thrusters. And places on our we're going to put it around the center of mass here. When you're all done, turn the COM indicator off. Okay. Moving on. Alright, Beeble Bum. Take it easy, buddy. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. You get some bug-shaped Oreos. Ooh. Alright. Lots of things on a craft use electric charge. EC, that's what us cool scientists call rocket electronics. In order to keep your batteries topped up, you'll need a way of generating power. Now, some engines generate electricity while they're running, but you don't want to keep your engine running in orbit. Your orbit would get all kinds of messed up and you'll run out of propellant. Our command pod has some batteries built into it but to be safe, you can add more batteries, and you can add solar panels or other electricity generating items. We're going to do both. Switch to the electrical category now and ensure we have angle snap turned on. We're still in the radial 4 symmetry mode. We'll use our parts rotation skills to adjust the panels before placing them. That's the D-pad. Grab the aux stat solar panel, hold it over the lower end of the fuel tanks and press the left button to rotate it 90 degrees and press X to place a set of them. Our electrical, we're going to aux stat photovoltaic panels. Let's see, we're going to put it down towards the bottom. Rotate them, oh crap, rotate them 90 degrees. And place them. Now go ahead and place a set of 4 Z100 batteries between the solar panels. Excellent work. You built a nice starter upper stage, which will do well for some orbital exploration. Now we need to get to work on getting it up to orbit. For that, we'll need to build our lower stage. In comparison to the upper stage, it's quite simple. Just add a couple of tanks and an engine. That won't be enough alone, however, so we'll add some boosters too. So we're going to add another stack decoupler to the bottom of the Terrier. We need this during our ascent to discard the empty parts of the vessel below. Oh, and notice how when you add the decoupler, a fairing is placed around the engine. This will get jettisoned automatically when we stage the decoupler. Okay. Nice. Now we need to add the fuel tanks for a lower stage. Add 2 of the medium T400 fuel tanks. Let's see, I need to pan my camera down here. So we're going to add 1 there. And we're going to add another one there. For our lower stage, we need an engine that is a sustainer. That's an engine that burns from liftoff until well after the boosters separate. Let's go scientifical for a second. Rocket engine performance is measured by specific impulse, or ISP. And at the top of an engine, and the top, or the at the top, the ISP of an engine changes as the amount. Sorry, guys. The amount of atmospheric pressure around it changes, just as the upper stage needed an engine that is good for low air pressure at high altitude. The lower stage will need boosters, which are powerful at higher air pressure of the low altitude of the launch pad. And to help carry the rocket through the transition from launch to upper stage, it will need a sustainer engine, which usually sits between the boosters and the upper stage. Engines, from a performance perspective, having a wide range in between the two. So add the big engine you see there, the LVT-45 swivel. Okay. At its default thrust level, the swivel is too powerful for the rocket we're creating, and for the ascent profile we're going to teach you in Go for Orbit tutorial, so you need to lower its thrust level. This isn't as good a solution as picking a smaller, lighter engine with the thrust level we want. Let's go Caveman.
what goes up will explode.
Let's see, where was I? But well, there are many options. Press square on the swivel and lower its thrust limiter to 65. Would then only produce 65% of its full thrust potential, but it will also run longer because it's only burning 65% as much fuel. Thrust limiter down to this is very touchy. $64.99 is as close as we're going to get. Nice. Now you have the core of your rocket completed, but as I said before, we will be adding boosters to help the sustainer engine get the rocket up and running. We'll add 2 boosters symmetrically so we keep our craft balance, and to make sure we don't lug the useless dry mass of the boosters around after they burn, we'll attach them using decouplers. This time, however, we use radial decouplers so the boosters can sit beside our lower stage core instead of under it. This is why the sustainer and boosters can fire at the same time. Select the radial decoupler and add in the radial 2 symmetry near the bottom of the lowest tank on the lower stage. So, change symmetry again. Radial 2. And we're going to find the decouplers here. There we go. And we're going to put them right down here at the bottom. Like so. More boosters is something you often hear around KSC, and now it's time to add some. Add a pair of R10 Hammer SRBs to the decouplers so we have an extra kick early on. Yep, RT10 Hammer solid fuel booster. Unlike liquid fuel engines where you can adjust throttle during flight, once you light an SRB, it burns at a constant thrust until it's out of fuel. We can, however, use a throttle limiter as we did on the swivel. So let's set that constant thrust before we roll out to the launch pad. Thrust down to 50. Do note that changing the tweakable value on one part that's been placed using symmetry will have the same change applied to its symmetry counterparts. Remember when I said I'd teach you how to make that pod and thumper crap from Construction Basic Survival? Well, this thrust adjusting is how that could be done. Although you'd also have to put out a decoupler first. So we need to limit the thrust down to 50. Okay. $50.26, close enough. Right now the SRBs have flat pancake tops, which is simply not a good look. Oh, and bad aerodynamically. Let's fix that by adding a pairing of nose cones. Aerodynamics tab. Like so. While we're on that tab in the toolbox, let's add some fins too. Fins come in various sizes and styles, as we learned earlier. Will help stabilize your craft. Since these fins are control surfaces, they also add sorry guys. They also add some extra control authority when low in the atmosphere, where the air is thick enough for them to have a helpful effect. Add the AVR8 winglets in radial force symmetry near the bottom, lowest fuel tank on the lowest stage. Make sure they don't intersect the decouplers and the SRBs. If they do overlap those parts, any flight will be interesting but exceptionally short. Okay. We need to pull up the radio menu, change symmetry to 4. And throw these fins on. Okay, that did not change the symmetry to 4. In fact, left it at 2. Let's try that again. Alright, so I still had to put them in 2 sets. And this set is higher. There. Excellent. Now we've got all the components on our basic orbital rocket, but let's run through a few extra things before we call it a day. Firstly, we should review the staging stack to check the order of actions and parts displayed there. It's lucky I've highlighted this for you because the SRBs are set to fire before the sustainer, and that just won't do. You won't have enough thrust to get off the pad that way. Move the swivels staging icon into the same stage as the SRBs. Note that the automatically created staging sequence would work if we didn't want the long burning sustainer to ignite at the same time as the high thrust boosters, but since we do, we have to adjust it manually. Okay, so he's in the way. Okay, so those are our SRBs. There's our sustainer. We need to move it down with the SRBs. Finally, pick up the pod and rotate it 90 degrees around its vertical axis. This will rotate the ship not just in the VAB, but also set its orientation when we go to the launch pad. So our desired flight heading up east, we can matter steering in the pitch rather than the yaw. Oops. Rotate it 90 degrees out around its vertical axis. Let's try that. Nope. Interesting. So this is where we started. Around this vertical axis, hold R1, L1 and press left or right on the D-pad. So let's grab that, hold L1, press left or right on the D-pad. Ah, okay, so it's just spinning it. I gotcha. There we go. Took a few test tries to get that one. We always make every effort to ensure our brave crews survive, and hopefully we'll take the same stance at your space program. It doesn't always work out that way, of course, but it's the thought that counts, at least to those of us not in the rocket at the time. With that in mind, let's set up an abort action group for your craft for use in case of emergencies. Note that in career mode, you'll have to upgrade the VAB or SPH in order to access action groups. Use L1 and R1 to navigate between modes and go into action groups. Be sure of not being on cursor mode. Okay? Action groups. Action groups let you assign functions. Assign the functions of one or more parts to a single specific group. You can't hear, Devante. We can't hear. You don't know what you're stuck on. You can't hear me. Should be able to hear me. Interesting. Okay, I got you. You couldn't hear me while I was trying to rotate it. Well, all I was doing was I had to find the right direction, and all I did was I just kept going back and checking until the next button was not grayed out anymore. So action groups let you assign functions of one or more parts to a single specific group. There are some default action groups. Landing gear automatically go in the gear group, brakes on wheels go in the brake group, etc. And some custom ones. To display default action groups, press left in the launch pad or press right to display custom action groups. To set up an action group, select the desired action group with the X from the menu, then activate cursor mode and press X on the part you want to activate. The actions already assigned to that group appear in the group actions column, and the actions that can be assigned from the selected parts appear in the selection column. To add and remove items, you simply use the X to move them left or right between columns. To clear all action groups selections from a part, use reset in the selection column. We're going to set up the abort action group. It's triggered by pressing left and selecting abort by pressing a whole bunch of buttons. That is L1, L2, R1, R2. Or by pressing in cursor mode. Or by pressing in cursor mode on the big red abort button in flight. It slides out from the left of the altitude panel at the top of the screen when you move the cursor over that area. First, select the abort button in the action group column. So we're going to go down to abort. Great. Now change the cursor mode and press X on the decoupler right below the pod. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit here. Okay, there's the decoupler. Then change cursor mode, decoupler right below the pod. Close cursor mode with circle and add decouple to the action. Decouple action to the group. Okay. Okay, so we have decouple. Then change back to cursor mode. Press X on each liquid tank in turn and assign their shutdown functions to the group. Okay, let's do that first. It doesn't actually give me an action to do. It just says selection. So I'm supposed to assign their shutdown function to the group, but it does not showing me their functions.
Okay, so yeah, that popped up when I selected the decoupler. But when I go to the fuel tank, there's no actions. There's no functions to select. Ah, hate it when parts don't work. Because this is clearly a malfunction. Hey. Try doing top down in order. That's what I did. I'm back out of here. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I did the coupler first. Okay, see when I click on the coupler, it pops up with a list of functions in that selection list. It says TD12 decoupler. I already added the decouple function, but toggle crosshead, enable crossfeed, or crossfeed, enable crossfeed, disable crossfeed, blah blah blah. Now when I select the first liquid fuel motor, or liquid fuel tank, I don't get any functions. That's because I'm supposed to select the engines, not the tank. Haha. So now we need to add the shutdown function. Then we need to add the decouple function. Now we're getting somewhere. And there we are. Your orbital rocket is ready to fly. It's been a long lesson, and thanks for hanging in there, in which we've covered lots of different advanced technologies to rocket construction. Give the new ship a name and save it. Then I recommend you try flying it in the Go for Orbit tutorial. Come on, there we go. There's a name for you. And now we're going to return to the Space Center. More training. Now we're going for orbit. You like that? Splat 1. Today we will tackle an absolutely essential skill for any space program: getting to orbit. Without this skill, we might as well be teaching you Kerbal Flight Simulator. I trust you've already checked the other flight tutorials as well as the advanced construction one to be familiar with the Kerbal 1 vessel we will now be launching today. If not, I highly recommend you do so before going through this one. Okay, so next, because we've done all those, alrighty then, let's do it. As I said before, the plan here is to get our vessel and pilot safely into orbit, as well as with the suborbital flight we did previously. We will follow a curved path to get to the point where we can circularize our orbit. Today's gravity turn, however, will be much shallower than the path as we followed previously, so we build speed towards orbit. This is different from how Kerbal pilots of old did it. They would... Sorry, my contact got a little dirty. This is really hard to read. White on gray with that little tiny letters. So let's see. This is different from how Kerbal pilots of old did it. They would head straight up and then hang a right as if the air was soup or something. We'll be turning early and smoothly, but don't turn too far or you might be mistaken for one of those low-flying turkeys. As with the previous flight, I will place a target marker on the nav ball to show you the optimal velocity vector. But do note that the indicator won't be around normally, and it's not usually used the way this tutorial uses it. I'll also display some technical information about your path as you go to help you learn the right way to get there. For now, set your throttle to the max. Press up and prepare to launch. Okay, throttle to the max. You should now see the marker on the nav ball and you'll have something to follow. And this ship has been designed so that you don't need to worry about throttle control during the ascent. Hit X when you're ready to orbit. If you want Valentina, the Kerbal pilot, to fly the curve for you, then you can enable SAS and set the mode to target after liftoff. So yeah, we want to turn on SAS. And then we bring it. So we got yep, so we're going to select that one after takeoff. Okay. Time to start pitching down. Follow that target marker. Don't worry about your throttle. You just need to pay attention to the target marker and proper times to stage. I'll prompt you along the way. Phone crashed. You're back. Welcome back, buddy. We're almost stage now. Doing great. Keep following the target indicator and get ready to stage again to discard the lower stage. Stage now to get rid of exhaust parts. Stage again to ignite the upper stage engine. Excellent, you survived through the first phase of the launch. And now we have a longer, more gentle burn to accelerate towards... That word doesn't make sense to me. It should be apogee. If you switch to map mode, press L1, R1, we can have a look around, look at the trajectory of the rocket and watch. Okay, so there's map. Great, now you can keep an eye on your trajectory while we track a future path. We hover over the AP mode on the map. You'll be able to see the estimated highest altitude of our future path. I gotta move away from the mic for a second. Okay. You can pin a marker so that it remains visible. Okay. We need to keep burning along that path until we clear Atmo by a handy margin. We'll aim for 80 kilometers. Cut the engine once we hit 80 kilometers. I'll cut it for you once it passes 81. Let's see, altitude, we're still only at 51. Oh, apparently up. Oh yeah, okay. I was looking at the wrong number. So now apparently we're orbiting. First try, yes, thank you. Thank you. So we're apparently waiting for the ship to come back around. It has not prompted me to do anything else. Yeah. So here we are in our current orbit. Okay, here we go. Now that we're clear of the Atmo, we can warp ahead through time. Get to the whatever AP more quickly. Important rocket scientists like us do not have time to wait. Press X when you're ready and we'll warp until it's time to make our next burn. Okay. We're almost there. Now all we need to do is accelerate some more so we fall past Kerbin. It's basically what an orbit is, falling and missing. Gravity will be pulling us towards the center of Kerbin. We'll be traveling so fast that we constantly miss. Rotate your craft to align it with the prograde marker. But we'll be traveling, we'll learn more about that later. Or use SAS as maneuver mode. When it's time to throttle up, I'll tell you. Okay, so it doesn't tell me which marker is the prograde marker. Go, come on. Alright, I found it. Now throttle up, I'll cut your engines. Once you've completed the burn, I'll calculate it for you, or you can do it yourself once you're in stable orbit. Congratulations, we're officially in orbit. That's quite the achievement. Hopefully you can see the difference between suborbital hop and this reaching orbit ascent, and just how far and early we turned. Also notice how we designed our rocket to accelerate reasonably through the ascent and didn't go straight to ludicrous speed. Powering the ship is a common rookie mistake. Congratulations, you're officially in orbit. Oh yeah, I did that. Well, now what do we do? I'm turning the ship. Oh crap. Oh crap. Back to it, back to it. Yeah, I don't exactly know what to do now. Fly around the planet to get to re-entry. Well, I guess, do I just wait? Apparently I just have to wait until the spacecraft goes where I want it to go. Or where I need it to go. Because the dialog box had disappeared. Doesn't look like we're moving. Well, orbit speed is 2210. So we are moving.
I need to fly to the marker. I wish I could zoom in the camera a little bit. Like that. Oh, come on. Apparently I'm facing the wrong way because when I did that it slowed down. Alright, so let's try that again. Now we're accelerating. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. We're almost there. Try to straighten up my horizon line and the green circle. The green circle. Alright. I'm getting lots of booms. Well, there's our first explosion. We died. I have no clue why, but apparently we died. Well, see, I guess my problem is it stopped telling me, it stopped giving me information. So I don't know what I was supposed to do there. Try again.
Yeah, there were no alarms or anything. Okay, we're back to the upper stage. Switch to map view. We're looking for 80 kilometers. We're currently at 53. Now we're at 60, 61. 67, 8, 9, 70. Okay, that went up really fast. Okay, at this point, and that's going to get us there. I made sure the engine is shut off. Now we'll coast until we clear atmosphere at 70 kilometers. You may notice your speed dropping while we coast. That's nothing to be concerned about. It's just gravity trying to bring us down and air trying to prevent our success. We'll beat it though. You're looking good. Meanwhile, I keep an altitude display open so you can track your progress ascending to your AP. And we're going and going and going. Okay, now that we're clear of the atmosphere, we can warp ahead. Press X next when you're ready. Now we're warping ahead. We're almost there. Now all we need to do is accelerate some more so that we fall past Kerbin. It's
basically what an orbit is falling and missing. Gravity will be pulling us towards the center of Kerbin, but we'll be traveling so fast we'll constantly miss. Rotate your craft to align with the prograde marker. Learn more about that later. Or use the SAS's maneuver mode. When it's time to throttle up, I'll let you know. Okay, so we're gonna... Okay, the prograde marker is right here. Lined up my horizon line there. I forgot how to do it on the first flight. Okay, now throttle up. I'll cut your engines once you've completed the burn I've calculated for you, or you can yourself once you're in a stable orbit. Throttle up. Congratulations, you're now officially in orbit. It's quite an achievement. Hopefully you can see the difference between the suborbital hop and this reaching orbit ascent, and just how far and early we turned. Also notice how we designed a rocket to accelerate reasonably through the ascent and didn't go straight to ludicrous speed once overpowering the ship, and is a common rookie mistake. And then it goes away. Okay. Okay, we cannot speed up time. Okay, according to our altimeter, we're still going up. Okay. I know this makes for riveting content. So you have this for PC, Davante? What do you think the differences are so far?
Maybe I missed a stage. Are you trying to gather stuff this one or just get to orbit? No, this is just getting to orbit. Yeah, this is just the getting into orbit tutorial. So apparently now would be a good time to go and make a sandwich. Take a little break. Because there's nothing I can do. There's no more instructions. We're simply waiting to fly around the planet. I tried warping time, but you don't remember it being this long. Yeah. Yeah, this does seem kind of weird. Especially since it already sped up time once for us on this particular tutorial. I'm not sure why it would just kind of leave us hanging here. So we're in stable orbit. I think that may have been the issue. I don't think I was in a completely stable orbit the last time. Because the line didn't go all the way around the planet. But my question is what do I do now? Yeah, I can switch views. I can go to the craft. I can go back to map. Am I supposed to end scenario? I figured I would land. Then we just wait for re-entry. Okay.
This is fun. Yeah. Yeah, trying to get I guess what I'm converting it to the controller is always the hardest part of the game for developers. Yeah, I agree, especially for a tutorial. Waiting this long, I don't think it's right. Something is not functioning correctly. I didn't do something correctly. I don't know. I mean, I could speed up. That just makes my orbit bigger. Should I try and re-enter? We're just gonna do some stuff and see what happens. So what happens if I decouple? Nope, it won't. Not without the blue box. Well, now I don't have a... See, they keep moving as I'm not getting any closer to them. That's the thing. I don't know. To be honest, yeah, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to end the scenario and go on to the next one. Orbiting 101. apoapsis and paraapsis, apparently. I always have a re-entry point. Alright. Okay, so here we go. Welcome to Orbiting 101 training program. I'm Gene Kerman, and I'm going to teach you the basics of orbiting. Assuming you've already done the basic flight tutorials. Let me move the microphone. Come on, buddy. Okay. Assuming you've already done the basic flight tutorials and are now ready to learn how to get around in space. If you haven't done them, I hope you know what you're doing. Well, we don't. Let's get started. Orbiting is really nothing more than free falling. The only thing is that as you fall, you're moving so fast forward that you actually miss the ground, because up here there is no atmosphere to slow you down at this height. You continue free falling endlessly around the planet without having to use your engines. We're currently on a low, almost circular orbit around Kerbin. To get a better view of your situation, open the radial menu and select Open Map to go into the map view. Open Map. This is the map view here. You can see your ship's position and its current trajectory around the planet. Use the right stick to look around and see your orbit from various angles. Also, hovering over the icons on the map in cursor mode will display more information about them. Pressing square on the node will pin the info. Close the map when you're ready. Open the radial menu, close map. Okay. Okay, good. Let's practice now. I trust you already know your basic spacecraft controls. Up here, they're very much the same, except that the lack of an atmosphere makes the ship behave quite a bit differently. Because there's no drag slowing you down, for every input you apply, you have to apply an opposite one to come to a stop again. I'm going to remotely nudge your attitude controls a little. Try to get the ship back under control afterwards. If you find yourself totally out of control, press circle to toggle the SAS on, and it will automatically cancel any remaining rotations. Are you ready? All right, come on. Not as easy as it looks. Got it though. Attitude control is an essential skill for any spacecraft pilot. Master it and you'll be well on your way to becoming an expert pilot. You can try this again if you want, or press X next if you're ready to move on. I think once is enough. If you nudge my attitude, you end up with a fist in the eye. There you go. Okay, let's have a look at the nav ball now. You've probably seen these symbols on it while you're spinning around. Here's what they mean. Green, prograde and retrograde markers, or vectors, I'm sorry. they point towards and away from your vector velocity respectively. That is, it points to and away from where you're going. Okay, so the one with the X in the middle means away. Radial in and out vectors, they point towards and away from currently orbited body. In teal, good to know. And normal and anti-normal vectors. They are perpendicular to the orbital plane. They point upwards and downwards with respect to the orbital plane, respectively. Okay. Okay, let's try something a little more involved. Open your map again. What we want to do now is go through some of the basic maneuvers you'll need to know. Let's try raising your apoapsis first. The apoapsis is the highest point in orbit. It is indicated by the node marked AP. Nope. Nope. No, stop spinning. Wrong spin direction. Okay. The apoapsis is marked by AP, which I'm trying to find here. These symbols aren't exactly easy to read. This camera's not. Okay, so that looks like P something. Okay, so there's AP right there. The best place to raise your apoapsis is at the periapsis node, which is the lowest point of your orbit. If you hover the cursor over the periapsis, you'll see that we are going to reach it in a few minutes. Once there, we will face prograde and burn. Activate time warp mode by using the radial menu. Speed up time a little so we get there faster. Alright, first of all, I want to zoom in here. Okay, T minus a minute and a half. Enable time warp. If I could turn back time. Warp speed. Okay, good time. Time to do our burn. Turn the ship to face the prograde vector. Alright, so let me get the ship back on course here. Okay, now we turn prograde. Check SAS is engaged for to keep her steady. Okay. We're gonna. There we go. Set the SAS to prograde. Go to ludicrous speed. Now we're gonna burn. Notice how the opposite side of your orbit starts to rise as you accelerate. Keep thrusting prograde until your apoe reaches 800,000 kilometers. Okay. And stop. Oh, I got close. Alright. This is how you raise your apoapsis. With orbital maneuvers, pretty much everything you do will affect the opposite side of your orbit. So raise is the highest point with you thrust forward or prograde at the lowest point. Similarly, to raise the periapsis, you thrust prograde at the apoapsis. We're on our way to the apoapsis now, so let's just do just that. Press X when ready, and I'll warp time. Next there, buddy. Okay. Okay, we're on our way to the apoapsis node now. Notice how your ship loses speed as we rise. That's because we're climbing away from the planet. So we'll lose speed as we go higher, just like the ball went through in the air. Back on Kerbin. The higher you are, the slower your orbit will be. Notice how the moon's orbital speed is around 540 meters per second. You can see that by hovering over the moon's marker while yours is far higher. That's because our orbit is so much lower than that of the moon. When we reach apoapsis, we'll burn prograde again to raise the periapsis node and circularize our orbit. Okay, here we go. Same as before. Turn your ship to prograde, which we did. SAS did it for us. Mind that we're probably facing the other way right now, so the prograde marker will not be visible at first, but you can find it easily because it's on the opposite side from the retrograde marker. Once you're facing the right direction, fire up that engine and watch the periapsis rise. Okay. Keep burning until the orbit is nearly circular. Eccentricity will be 0. 4, 3, 2. Okay. That's how you change the size of your orbit. This maneuver should come in handy in many situations. Next, we'll look at changing your orbital inclination. Your orbital inclination is the angle between your orbit and Kerbin's equator. If you manage to maintain a reasonable amount of control so far, we should be in still nearly 0 inclination orbit. That is, even though we've changed the altitude of our orbit, is still the same inclination as it was before. Changing inclination is done by thrusting at 90-degree angle to your prograde vector, but without changing your pitch relative to the surface. On our present nearly equatorial orbit, prograde is due east. That means to increase our inclination so that our orbit takes us into higher latitudes, we have to burn towards the normal direction. So if all that I just said makes your head spin, the nav ball once again comes to your rescue. In this case, you'll need to use the normal vector to change your orbital inclination. So let's try that now. Turn the ship to the normal vector's direction and open the throttle. Okay? Turn off SAS here and find the normal marker. Oh, that's not it, because that one's got a little dot in it. We gotta go the other way. Nope, I was right. So we're looking for normal vector. Crank it up. Notice how when you burn north, your orbit starts to tilt up on one side. The periapsis and apoapsis remain mostly the same. That is because we're accelerating in a completely new direction. So this maneuver does not add or take away any energy from the orbit. So as long as we're careful. Then you change your inclination. For these maneuvers, it's always better to do it at the slowest parts of the orbit so you don't have to spend as much delta V to turn your orbit around. That means that inclination changes on larger orbits, such as we are now, take less fuel than the same inclination to change on a lower orbit.
Can you, like, butt out?
Also keep in mind that changing the inclination does not necessarily mean accelerating to the north or south. It means accelerating at right angles to your prograde vector, which are nearly equatorial. On our near equatorial orbit also happen to be towards the north. Next, let's look into the last essential maneuver you'll need to learn, lowering our orbit. Alright, so let's keep going here. As you can imagine, lowering your orbit's altitude is much like raising it, only in reverse. Because there's no air up here, we can use our main engines to decelerate us as well as accelerate, because the ship's orientation will not cause problems with airflow, and flying backwards is just as easy as flying forwards. Also, since our orbit is nearly circular, we can just turn retrograde and do our burn at any time. So let's get to it. Turn towards the retrograde vector and start the engines up again. Okay. Let's see. We're just going to set SAS to retrograde.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about the silence there, guys. Apparently things are falling apart in the Reaper household as well as crankiness going around. So I've used SAS to turn retrograde, and now we're going to do a burn. Keep burning retrograde until the periapsis is around 20,000 meters. We got a long way to go. Try getting as close as possible this time. If you overshoot and make it too low, turn prograde and accelerate a little to bring it back up. For precision, remember that you can fine-tune your throttle by using L1 and up and down. Gotcha. Whoa, that didn't take long. 20,000 is low enough to hit the atmosphere, so you're now on a re-entry course to Kerbin. Once we're below 60,000 meters, the atmosphere will start slowing the ship down to the point where it won't have enough velocity to rise back up again. That's all we need for this lesson. Keep playing or perform more maneuvers or ride this path down to landing, or you can just skip to the next lesson. Yep, we're going to skip to the next lesson. Alright, that was Orbiting 101. Now we're going to Science Basics. Hello and welcome to today's lecture on the Kerbal scientific method. I am Werner von Kerman, scientist extraordinaire. This tutorial does not really require any previous knowledge, but in order to gather science points, you will have to acquaint yourself with almost every aspect of the game, so you should do them all at some point. We are now at the Kerbal Space Center for a tour. See the basic construction tutorial. For now, we'll focus on the research and development complex. The large complex nearest to you is the research and development complex. This is where you will make use of the science points. Your mission awards you to unlock more points. Go ahead and enter on it and see it in action. Alright, let's enter the Research and Development Center. Very good. What you see in the middle of the graph paper background is the tech tree. It shows how far your research has taken the Kerbal technology. You don't have much to show right now because you're not a world-class scientist like myself, at least not yet, but I trust you have the potential to achieve great things. This one's funny. Alright, buddy. Don't get ahead of me here. Alright. In a typical career game, you will start with few parts and have to earn the rest. For education's sake, I've gone ahead and given some data units to your space program, so you should have enough science to unlock the next node. The total of your current available science points is shown in the top right. We have 5 science points. Let's get cracking. Select any of the available grayed out nodes and research it. Some of your science points will be spent to buy that invention. Okay, so let's basic rocketry, engineering, general rocketry we can't afford, yeah, let's do basic rocketry. Hooray, that's how research is done. You may have noticed that additional nodes were linked to the one you just researched, and they're now available to be researched as well. Don't know what to pick next? Don't worry, you can select a node at any time, and useful information will be displayed in the right pane. This includes the new parts that it contains and how much science is needed to research it. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, that's all nice and jolly, but how do I get more science? You can get more by doing many things, such as gathering crew reports from regions your Kerbals visit, fulfilling some kinds of contracts, collecting samples from various locations, equipping your ships with parts for experiments, such as the mystery goo containment unit, and using them, etc. There are many possibilities, really. Most of these actions are performed through the context menus, which are displayed when you use square while the cursor is on various parts, and sometimes on Kerbals. Just keep in mind that your mission needs to transmit the results or survive a physical return to Kerbin in order for the raw data to be converted into useful science. All of these activities I mentioned and many others you can discover are tracked in a record for future references. You can access the science archives by pressing R1 or L1. Press L1. That's it. The first and most important thing to notice is the rugged good looks of this fellow in charge. You can also see which science activities have already performed, when and with whom, and how much science they earned for you. This is important because you see if you repeat the same experiments multiple times, its scientific value diminishes because you already knew part of the answer. Mind you, as a result, you'll receive less science each time you repeat an action until you get practically nothing for it at all anymore. Another outstanding feature of the archives is that you can check which celestial bodies you have already visited and conducted experiments on or around. You can do this by selecting the icon corresponding to the body that you're interested in. For now, you only see records of research I gave you. But once you start doing your own science, you'll be able to check it here. That covers the basics of science. This is a theoretical class, and I'm sure it will make a lot more sense when you go out and try it yourself. Remember that science requires curiosity, so go and experiment. Don't be discouraged if the mission doesn't go quite as planned. If you've learned something new, it's not a complete failure. If you're still feeling lost, feel free to try the other tutorials. I must continue. Yep. Okay. Next. To the Moon, Part 1. Welcome to the first in a series of lessons designed to prepare you for flight in and around Kerbin's local system. Been inspired by the famous works of Jules Kerman, From Kerbin to the Moon. We'll take a leaf out of his book and go one better by returning as well. In our first lesson, we'll be starting from LKO, low Kerbin orbit, and traveling to the moon, entering low Mooner orbit. And I'm going to assume you've completed the flight tutorials. Yes, we have. Next. An important part of flights between celestial objects is transfer orbit, which basically means an orbit used to change between two orbits. In our case, the periapsis of our orbit will be very near to Kerbin, and the apoapsis will extend to just beyond the moon's orbit. Interplanetary trajectories are much the same, but on a much larger scale. Now open the radio menu, go to the map, so we can get an overview of the system. To perform a successful transfer, you need to arrange your ship and the target to arrive at the same place at the same time. If you really know what you're doing, you can calculate your own transfer orbit on the fly, or you could try eyeballing it. However, it's much easier to use maneuver nodes. So let's do that now. Activate the cursor and press X anywhere on your orbit and then choose Add Maneuver. Do note, when playing in career mode, maneuver nodes will not be immediately available. You have some facility upgrading to do before you have access to them. So let's do this. Add maneuver. Okay, maneuver node lets you plan orbital maneuvers ahead of time, and most importantly, you can do so without wasting precious propellant. Maneuver nodes have 3 edit modes to change different aspects of the maneuver. The one that shows by default allows you to adjust the node position in the orbit using L, the right stick, or the left stick. If you need to move it faster, pressing L1 will help you. The second mode allows you to edit the actual maneuver parameters and has 6 handles. The green ones are prograde and retrograde, purple ones are normal and anti-normal, and the blue ones are radial in and radial out. I'm not going to go into detail because they're the same vectors and nav ball. For now, just remember that prograde and retrograde help you grow or shrink your orbit. Normal and anti-normal help you tilt it. The last mode allows you to remove the node as well as add remove orbit passes. We won't be needing that. You can cycle over your modes with R1. Being in a maneuver node's second mode, you can plan burns for the selected handle using L. Cycle over handles with L1 to see how a burn is made in that direction for that duration would affect the resulting orbit. In our particular case, we want to bring the apoapsis up just enough to intercept with the moon's orbit at a point around 45 degrees ahead of the moon's current orbit. If your trajectory is correct, the orbit line will shift colors when it gets close to the moon. This indicates a point where your ship will transition from the influence of Kerbin's gravity to that of the moon. The region in which the pull from that body's gravity is strongest is the sphere of influence. In real life, the gravitational influence of all planets and moons matter too. Let's get to it then. With the handles showing, you might need to open the cursor and press X on the node to make them appear. Okay. Pull the prograde handle until your post-maneuver orbit reaches as high as that of the moon. But going that high isn't enough to achieve the actual encounter. As I said before, timing also matters, so you may need to move the node itself until you get an intercept SOI change with the moon. Do this by using your vertical in the first mode. Sorry about that. I just got an update from my oldest tiny human. He said that the current print on my 3D printer is going spectacularly. It's a 9.5 hour print that I started about 4 hours ago. So we'll see how it goes. Alright, so the prograde handle I need to move out. Sorry, I've had to get rid of those ones because that's going to put us behind the moon. So we're going to try something over here maybe. mouse gets us. Yeah. What is it? Well, it's kind of not really a surprise, I guess. I'm printing one of the fighters from No Man's Sky. We're getting close to maneuver time. There's one final step to take before performing the burn. You need to point your vessel down the planned vector, represented by the blue cross, or an arrow pointing to it. Once oriented, you can worry about the burn. Here's an expert tip. Look at the burn time estimate, have it, and start your burn when the T-minus timer reads that number. If your burn time is 20 seconds, say start the burn at T-minus 10. It's because the maneuver node assumes an instantaneous burn. So if you average the burn around it, it produces a more accurate orbit than if you only start the burn at the time of the node, so the average point is later. Sometimes your estimated time will display an instant of full thrust burn towards the maneuver icon will reset this number without changing your current orbit enough to be a problem. In our example, applying this tip means you should start your burn when the countdown timer reaches T-minus 40 seconds. Huh. Yeah, well, we're already at 20 something. Come on, get. What do we got going here? Maneuver. Yep. We're just going to use the SAS for that, and we're way past our burn time there. So we're going to miss this one.
I was going to ask you some stuff about that. Can you paint the plastic that you use? Yes, I can. Can I send you a picture of my favorite ship so I can try and get some modeling for the parts for the multi-part models? I absolutely can, buddy. I would do that after I finish streaming. I've actually started pulling some pictures of ships that I'd like to break down to model. Now this one that I'm currently printing is all one piece.
Good work, but you may have noticed your actual orbit is not exactly the one you had planned. That's because real burns are never instantaneous. However, it's close enough is good enough. As long as the trajectory markers are showing that we got a moon encounter pretty close to the one we wanted. Yeah, kinda. If you're not quite satisfied with your lunar intercept, you can still fine-tune it a bit by making small burns in various directions, but be careful not to overdo it. A counter burn can undo a goof, but you still don't want to be wasting fuel. Now we'll wait for you to be sucked up by the moon's gravity, but since that can take around 6 hours, you'll probably use the warp here trick like we used before, or plain old time warp to shorten the wait. Remove the maneuver node and try warping just inside the moon's SOI. Okay, so there's that. So now we're going to warp there. Time warp complete. We're now in the moon's sphere of influence. Okay, just a second. I'm checking on the print here.
Keep it going.
Looking pretty good.
That was it.
Crackhead sent you Snapchat. Alright, so yeah, my son actually took a little video of the printer in action just so I could check on it. Davante, give me some info with the pics on how many parts you were thinking of one side. On side ship, I'm going for ultra detail so I can see if some things work better as one piece of multi. Right. I kind of have, like I said, I started grabbing some pictures actually before I talked to you the first time, and kind of started looking at natural connection points. And this print that I'm doing is kind of a test to see what I can get with my current setup. I do not currently have a fine tipped nozzle. So super fine detail. It'll still come out, but it can be better. And my printer's obviously not the highest quality. It's a hobby printer. But I seem to be doing pretty well getting it dialed in here. So, yeah, like I said, I'll do that after the stream here. After I figure out what's going on. Check on Big Papa Timo. See if he's ever going to get on. Okay, we're now inside the moon's sphere of influence, and moons is the only gravity affecting the motion of your ship, but you're on an escape trajectory relative to the moon, which means that you're moving too quickly to orbit the moon. If we didn't do anything, you'd whiz past it and escape. You'll need to slow below escape velocity, burn retrograde, at periapsis in order to be captured and insert into lunar orbit. Remember the Orbit 101 tutorial. It's best to change your apoapsis at periapsis, and capturing is effectively changing your apoapsis from something far beyond the moon's SOI to a height that never leaves the moon's SOI. So we're performing that maneuver at periapsis. If your periapsis is hiding under the moon's surface, that means you will crash unless you do something. You can fix this by creating a maneuver about halfway to the moon or even earlier, and then adjust either of the blue handles, radial in or radial out, to shift the periapsis to the altitude at which you want to be, say 50 kilometers. Execute that maneuver if necessary, and we'll continue. Big Papa Timo is twitching right now. Are you streaming? Alright, so I need to... Okay, the periapsis... We've already passed the periapsis. We're not actually in an orbit. Alright.
I think I got that figured out. It's figured that you had the tube OU. I would get the Twitch page active again. Yeah, it's on my list. I don't even have... I think I signed up for Twitch once before. But it's giving you fits. I gotcha. It was on my list of things to check. Like I said, I think I signed up for a Twitch account once before to get something through Prime, but when Gabe mentioned it last night, I thought I'd take a look at it. Okay, I think I got the orbit figured out here. So let's hit next. You're using a maneuver node again to perform the capture burn and insert into a lunar orbit. Add a node at periapsis. Once you've started to execute your capture burn, your velocity is a bit lower than escape. You have a reasonable lunar apoapsis and therefore in orbit and unlikely to escape. By an errant thruster fire, we'll proceed. Okay, so currently time warping. Burn time is 14 seconds, so we're going to start our burn at 7 seconds. To do that, we actually need to be facing retrograde.
Okay, so yep, there's the moon. We're facing backwards. Good. Okay, we're at 10, or no, sorry. We're at 10, 9, 8, 7. Okay, so periapsis altitude is currently 910,000 kilometers, and we want it to be 200,000. Oh, too far. So we need to go prograde and do another burn. Okay, so what does it say here? Ouch. Headset shocked me again. Now that you're not on an escape trajectory, try and get yourself into a reasonably circular orbit below at least 200,000 kilometers. Remember, you can use yet another maneuver node if your periapsis is also higher than 200,000 kilometers. You need to lower your apoapsis first to make your new periapsis. Then burn at the periapsis to lower the other end too. Okay, so to lower our... Okay, we're currently at the apoapsis. So I need to do a quick burn to get that just a hair lower. So we're going to flip to retrograde. Alright. Okay, so now that I'm retrograde, I'm going to do a quick burn real quick. Alright, 196,000 is close enough for me. Now, we need to go to the periapsis. We're going to add a maneuver there. Something went wrong with that.
I don't know.
exactly what I'm doing here. But I see my orbit is kind of messed up. It is not the blue line, it is in fact this other one. Okay, so we want to add a maneuver. I'll jump out and grab Timo's invitation here real quick. What's up, peoples?
What's going on?
Oh, you know, just having a good
What
time.
up?
Let's welcome let's welcome Big Papa Timo to the stream.
Howdy, howdy.
Then we're gonna welcome Jenny.
Yippee.
And let's welcome Galaxy Boyd.
What's up?
Yippee.
So
There was much rejoicing.
there was much rejoicing. So what's everybody up to?
We are.
I've been up since 3:30 in the morning. Haven't slept yet. Been sitting here watching Netflix. Apex.
Excuse
We're ready to get on. That's my day.
Nice.
How about yours?
Yeah. Mine was. Mine has been interesting.
Did you have to adult today?
No, I did not.
Thanks, Davante. Appreciate the cookies there, buddy. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, Davante dropping LARP Oreos for Timo and Builders Oreos for either me or Jenny or. That's all right. You give me the Oreos, Davante. I'll share.
Very well.
Are they peanut butter flavored?
Mine are always double stuffed peanut butter Oreos.
It could be whatever flavor you want to put on them. Peanut butter flavored ones. Put some peanut butter on them.
Yeah, there you go. Alright, so what I'm trying to figure out here is how to.
How not to die?
Yeah, how not to die. So it's higher. So if I do it.
Avoid whatever's gonna kill you.
Synchronizing data with other players. So are you trying to slingshot, or are you trying to just drop an orbit?
I'm trying to drop into a circular orbit. I'm in orbit, but it's an elliptical one at the moment.
All right, well, I've always found that if you aim for the center of mass of the object you're trying to orbit, it doesn't work. Wait, who is eating their microphone?
Hey, yeah, I hear it.
Not me, because I hear. Gotta be reverb.
Oh crap. Spin the ship around.
Rider, the pattern is
Ghost Rider, the pattern is full. I make all flavors as long as they taste good together.
Yep, I got you. Got it. We're now in a stable circular orbit around the moon with a ship fully capable of landing. Capable of landing, however, or capable of landing anyway, after you decouple the transfer stage so it's not in the way. See Moon Part 2. Okay, so yep, that was it for that tutorial.
So how many times have you crashed and burned? That's all I want to know.
Once.
Just once?
Yep, just once.
Not bad.
And Dave Monte and I were talking, and we think it was actually a bug because it didn't give me any warnings or any alarms or anything. My spacecraft just blew up while I was in space.
So you Apollo 13'd.
No, Apollo 13 didn't blow
Blew
up in space.
Yeah, it did. It just didn't kill everybody.
Oh.
Yeah, Dave Monte says once, and it wasn't my fault. Yeah, I honestly we don't know what happened. It very well could have been my fault, but we don't know because it just happened. There was no warnings, no alarms. It just said, "Oh, there's explosions," and then there was a fireball. So we firing up Farming Simulator.
Yeah, we are farming away.
You on Twitch?
No, I have given up on Twitch because Twitch is just upsetting me today.
All right, I got you. Well, Dave Monte, I'm gonna switch games here. I say I got 3 people in here now. So for those of you who are lurking, give me a couple minutes here to switch gears, and I'll put up another stream for Farming Simulator. That way we can hang out with Jenny and Timo and Galaxy and cows, chickens.
No cows yet. Somebody needs to provide the cows. We have chickens though.
Oh,
And boy, do we have eggs.
I'm sitting on the crops to sell to get the money to get the cows. So
I
hopefully,
like how he assumes I haven't kicked him off of his farm. Stolen all of his money and given it to Galaxy.
yeah, all 100. Well, I don't even remember how much money I had. All right, Dave Monte and whoever else is lurking. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate all the likes. Appreciate you guys hanging out and watching. And I will catch you on the next one, which will be in just a few minutes.
What's going on, Tragic?